Good. Is it on? Good morning. So, I hope everyone had a good night, good sleep. So, I don't think I need to give so much explanation, at least this first session. So, in this first session, we'll do the practice for lumbar meditation, and then some calm abiding meditation, and then a lumbar meditation. And this time we'll do again the perfect human rebirth, because that helps us to get into an inspired, motivated state of mind for trying to do as much spiritual practice, Dharma practice, as we can in our life. Okay, so if you want to read the motivation with me, you can. Otherwise, you can just listen and reflect, think about what I'm saying, and try to generate these particular thoughts in your mind. At the moment, I have a precious human life with all the conditions conducive for spiritual practice. I am healthy and have met the Dharma. I have access to teachers who instruct me, and there are other practitioners around who support my efforts. This situation is not easy to get. I am incredibly fortunate and do not want to waste this opportunity. I live in a world in which I am interdependent with other beings. In fact, I am alive today due to the kindness and efforts of others. My parents, who gave me this body, the farmers who have grown all the food I have eaten since I was born, the teachers who taught me, and so forth. So everything we have, everything we use, everything we enjoy in our life, all comes from others. There are other people who work and produce these things and make them available for us. So if it weren't for others, we would have nothing, and we wouldn't even be here. And also all the abilities and talents I have are due to others who believed in me, who encouraged me, and taught me. All my possessions were made by others. I have been the recipient of an enormous amount of kindness in my life. And from the bottom of my heart, I wish to give something back to the world and to help others find happiness. The wonderful Buddha potential exists inside of me, and I want to activate it. Through meditating, I will purify my harmful actions, self-defeating habits, and negative karma. I will also nourish my good qualities. My deepest wish is to become a Buddha, a fully enlightened being, because in this way I will be able to contribute to the well-being of others most effectively. While on the path and after attaining enlightenment, my aim is to bring about the long-term happiness of all beings, myself included, to the best of my ability. May this meditation help me to grow in that direction. So a simple way of generating a motivation is to think that we would like to do as much good as we can in our life, benefit not only ourselves, but also our family, our friends, the people around us, the people around the world, and all living beings. And if you can think in terms of the ultimate goal, the long-term goal of Buddhahood, enlightenment, which would enable us to be of the greatest possible benefit to others, then you can include that as well. So try to really feel that we're here today doing this meditation and the other meditations that we will be doing in order to bring about these two goals, short-term and long-term, helping others as much as we can right now in our life, and working for enlightenment, which will enable us to help others in a much greater way. And then we visualize the Buddha. So I'll describe the visualization and just do the best you can to visualize the Buddha in the space in front of you. And every aspect of the visualization is made of light, transparent, not solid and hard, just pure transparent light, but very bright, radiant, and also three-dimensional. And feel it really is the Buddha there in front of us. It's not just something we create with our mind, but the real Buddha, whose mind is fully awakened, fully enlightened. So the visualization is in the space in front of you at about the level of your forehead and 1 or 2 meters away. And the Buddha is sitting with his legs crossed in the full lotus posture, meditation posture. And the seat he's sitting on is composed of a lotus with the petals spread out flat, making a seat. And then on top of the lotus, there are 2 discs of light, flat discs of light that represent the sun and the moon. And this lotus, sun, and moon is also resting on a larger throne, which is made of gold, silver, precious jewels, and supported by snow lions holding it up at each corner. So if you can visualize that, it's fine. If not, don't worry. Just try to see the lotus, sun, and moon. And the Buddha is wearing the saffron-colored robes of a monk. And his body is made of golden light, bright and radiant like the sun. And his right hand is resting on his right knee in what's called the earth touching mudra or gesture. His palm is resting on the knee and the fingers pointing downwards and touching the seat beneath him. And his left hand is resting in his lap with the palm facing upwards. And there's a bowl, an alms bowl, what the monks use when they go out and collect food for their meals. So that's resting on the palm of that hand, and it's filled with nectar, which is like medicinal healing nectar that cures our suffering, and especially our delusions, ignorance, greed, and hatred. His face is very beautiful, peaceful, calm, smiling, and it has an expression of love and compassion. His eyes are partially open, partially closed, showing that his mind is in meditation, completely composed in a meditative state, but at the same time he's fully aware of us and of all other living beings. He knows our suffering, our problems, our difficulties, and he's there to help us. He has total love, compassion, concern, patience, and dedication. Completely dedicated to helping each and every one of us, all living beings, for all of time, however long it takes until every last being has attained enlightenment as well. So try to feel that he's really there for us. He's someone we can rely on, someone who will never let us down, never desert us or abandon us or reject us. Now let's do the prayer of refuge and bodhicitta. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merits I create through giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merits I create through giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merits I create through giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. In the next prayer, we'll pause after each line to reflect on the meaning and try to generate that particular immeasurable thought in our mind. May all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment and anger that hold some close and others distant. And the seven limb prayer contains 7 different practices for purifying our negative energy, negative karma, delusions, and so on. So clearing that away and building up positive energy, which nourishes our Buddha potential, helps us attain realizations and progress along the path. Reverently, I prostrate with my body, speech, and mind. I present clouds of every type of offering, actual and imagined. I declare all my negative actions accumulated since beginningless time and rejoice in the merit of all holy and ordinary beings. Please remain until the end of cyclic existence and turn the wheel of Dharma for living beings. I dedicate my own merits and those of all others to the great enlightenment. And the next prayer is a mandala offering where we imagine offering the universe, everything in the universe that's beautiful and precious and enjoyable. So you can think of all the beautiful things in nature, mountains and forests and lakes and so on. And the beautiful things made by human beings, like delicious food and drinks and palaces and jewelry and clothing and beautiful music and so on. So whatever is beautiful and wonderful in the world, just imagine gathering all those together and offering it to the Buddha, to the 3 jewels. This ground, anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned with Mount Meru, 4 continents, sun and moon. I imagine this is a Buddha field and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pure land. The objects of my attachment, aversion, and ignorance, friends, enemies, and strangers, and my body, wealth, and enjoyments. Without any sense of loss, I offer this collection. Please accept it with pleasure and bless me with freedom from the 3 poisons. Idam Guru Ratna Mandalakam Niyatayami. So let's do the next prayer, which is requesting help from the Buddha to be able to have success in our practice of meditation and be able to clear our minds of negative, disturbing, unwise thoughts and attitudes and build up the positive, correct ones that will help us progress along the path and reach enlightenment. Please bless me to cease all deluded minds immediately, from disrespect to the gurus to the subtle dualistic conception. Bless me to generate all unmistaken minds instantly, from respect for the gurus to the realization of emptiness. Bless me to completely pacify all outer and inner obstacles. Then visualize that in response to your request, light flows from the Buddha's heart into you. And first it's white light, purifying white light. So imagine this blissful, pure light flowing from the Buddha into you and completely filling your entire body, every part of your body, down to the tiniest parts like the cells and molecules and atoms. Imagine you're becoming like saturated with this pure white light and it clears away negative, disturbing thoughts, emotions, attitudes, and so on. So these get kind of, you can imagine them going out of you and disappearing, or just evaporating, disappearing into space. So however you want to do it is okay, but just feel that you are becoming purified of all negative energy. And while doing this, we can recite the mantra of the Buddha a few times. Chaya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. Chaya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. Taya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. And then visualize yellow light flowing from the Buddha into you. And as before, filling your body down to the tiniest particles, molecules, cells, atoms. So your whole body is pervaded with yellow light, and that represents the Buddha's wisdom and knowledge qualities that have enabled his mind to reach enlightenment. So by receiving this energy into ourselves, it's nourishing our potential to attain the same knowledge and qualities and realizations that the Buddha has. Taya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. Taya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. Taya ta om muni muni maha munaye soha. So now let's do some calm abiding meditation as we did yesterday. So remember to try to find a state of mind, an attitude that's not too tight, not too loose. So relaxed, but also alert. Trying your best to stay focused on your object, the breath or whatever object you use. And bringing the mind back whenever it wanders away. Some years ago, when I was doing a long retreat, I was listening to some recorded teachings of Achan Brahm. He's an English teacher in the Theravada tradition. He leads a lot of meditation retreats. And I found some of the things he said really, really helpful. And one of them was um, that we should try to make our practice of meditation enjoyable. We should enjoy ourselves. And I thought I never heard that from my teachers, but it really makes a lot of sense. Because he said before he became a monk, he was a teacher and he was teaching science, physics to young kids. And he says, if you want to teach young kids, you have to make it enjoyable. Yeah, you have to kind of make it fun. Otherwise, they'll be bored, they won't be interested. So he said it's similar in the meditation. If we want to really progress in our practice of meditation, we have to make sure that we keep our practice interesting and enjoyable. Otherwise, the mind will get bored and wander off and so on. And we might even give up, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. It's too hard. And so that just made a lot of sense. And so I try to do that myself and try to pass that advice on to others. So if you ever notice that your attitude regarding meditation is becoming a bit serious, like, oh, it's hard work, I have to do it, that kind of attitude, then it's maybe best to lighten up and find ways of enjoying your practice of meditation. I don't think that means, letting your mind wander off to the movies and, going on holiday. Not that, but just to find some ways of making it fun and interesting and enjoyable. Like what I was doing, because I was doing a calm abiding retreat on the breath. And so I was just trying to really enjoy the breath, see the breath as something wonderful. I mean, breath is life. If we don't have breath, we die, right? So just seeing how, wow, each time I can breathe in and breathe out, that means I'm alive. So I would, sort of play around with that idea. And then also another thing I found helpful was thinking of the breath as my friend, something, good for me. And also by using the breath, I will be able to get better concentration and eventually reach calm abiding. So I thought of the breath as being like a friend who's kind of leading me, guiding me towards calm abiding. So those are some things that I came up with on my own that helped me to have a nicer attitude, a more enjoyable attitude about the practice, and it did help. Because he told a story about when he was living in Thailand in a monastery, and they were doing many hours every day of meditation. And there was one French monk who was there, and he actually didn't like meditating on the breath. He sort of hated it. He had aversion for the breath. And he didn't work on that. He didn't deal with that. And so he kept, forcing himself to focus on the breath, but the aversion was just getting worse and worse and worse. And finally, he had to stop altogether because he felt so much aversion for the practice that he just couldn't do it anymore. So that's something to be careful about, that we don't have this irritation or aversion or dislike towards the practice that we're doing. Otherwise, we're forcing ourselves to do something, but we don't really enjoy it. So eventually, it's going to reach a point where I can't do this anymore. I want to give up and run away. So that's not helpful. So I thought what he said really made sense, that we make sure that we like what we're doing, we enjoy it, we find ways of, making it fun, making it interesting for ourselves, so that we want to keep doing it and not eventually give up. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. Let's do some meditation on precious human rebirth. And this meditation is ideally meant to give us a sense of joy of how fortunate we are, appreciating the life that we have so that we have joy and enthusiasm to use our life in ways that are meaningful and beneficial. Sometimes we take our life for granted. So it's good to remind ourselves of the advantages that we have. So just being born as a human being, having a human life, a human body, is already a great advantage. If we were born in some other form, like an animal, we'd have a lot more difficulties in our life, just in terms of, getting food and being comfortable and so on. But mainly in terms of intellectual abilities. So as a human being, we have a much more intelligent mind that is able to understand things, so we can understand the Dharma, understand the possibility of transforming our mind, the possibility of attaining enlightenment, benefiting others. So we have a much more intelligent mind that is capable of actually making progress towards enlightenment. But even among human beings, not all are in the most ideal situation. Some have really difficult lives, difficult, challenging situations. For example, in terms of health, there's some who, even from birth, have disabilities, or they have disabilities due to some accident or some disease. And so they're not able to use their bodies so freely, walking and using their hands, using their eyes. Some people are blind, they cannot see, or deaf, they cannot hear, or cannot speak, or something is wrong with their brain. They're not able to develop their brain properly. So we have fairly healthy bodies and minds and brains. So again, this is a great advantage that we have that not everyone has. So it's good to appreciate that. Another advantage we have is freedom. So there's a lot of human beings in the world who don't really have the freedom to choose what to do with their life. Sometimes the government is very controlling, very authoritarian. They dictate what people can do and can't do, what they can read and can't read, and so on. So if we had been born in such a place, such a situation, we wouldn't have the freedom to explore and learn about other ways of thinking, philosophies, religions, and so forth. So we're actually very fortunate that we have such freedom. And this can also apply to families. Sometimes within a family, the family can be very controlling, and especially for women. Sometimes women are forced into marriage or forced into lifestyles they don't really want to follow, but they have no choice. So just having the freedom to do what we want with our life, to make choices, our own choices, to follow our heart. This is also a great advantage. And because we live in a free country, a free society, that means we have the opportunity to explore different views, different philosophical, religious, spiritual traditions. And that means that we are able to learn about the Dharma, the Buddhist teachings that teach the path to enlightenment. Again, there are many people in different parts of the world or at different points of time who would not have such an opportunity. And not only do we have the freedom to explore and learn about the Dharma, but we have interest. So this is something that a lot of people do not have. They don't see any reason, any relevance, any meaning in learning about the Dharma, learning about meditation, learning about how to transform your mind and bring your mind to enlightenment. So the fact that we have this interest, according to Buddhism, is because of imprints from past lives. And in past lives, we had this kind of interest. We were attracted to the Dharma. So even in this lifetime, even if we were not born in a Buddhist country, but we must have had some imprint in our mind from the past to develop an interest in Buddhism and want to learn more about it and start practicing it. So this is also a great advantage that we have. And it's also said in the Buddhist teachings that there are certain periods of time and worlds or universes where the Buddhist teachings are not available. Maybe they existed in the past and then they died out, disappeared. So that isn't the case now. So we live in a world and in a time period where the Buddha came into the world and taught the Dharma, and those teachings are still alive. There's still people who are studying them, practicing them, gaining the realizations, and then dedicating their lives to teaching others. So there are people very much dedicated to keeping alive these wonderful teachings of the Buddha. And that means we have the opportunity to access them, learn them, and put them into practice. So there are role models available in the world today for us to learn Dharma and also put the Dharma into practice. So in other words, the Dharma is very much alive today, and that's another great advantage that we have. Another advantage is having sufficient resources. So we may not be super wealthy, but we're also not totally impoverished. If we were impoverished, we'd be living on the streets and just struggling to find enough food to keep ourselves alive from one day to the next. So that's not the case. So having enough resources that we have time to be able to come and learn meditation and do meditation together like we're doing today. And also we probably have friends who can help us if we do run short of resources. So this is another advantage that we have that not everyone in the world has. So, as a conclusion to the meditation, see if you can get a sense of appreciation of the situation that you have, the conditions you have in your life, both within yourself, within your body and mind, and also externally in the environment that we live in, the society we live in. So try to recognize that we are really, really fortunate, really privileged in a way. And with that, try to have a sense of wanting to use this life not just to enjoy yourself and fulfill your own needs and wishes, but to use your life in ways that are meaningful and beneficial for others, for the world, and also in a long-term sense, developing yourself on the path towards enlightenment. So try to feel an inspiration to use your life in such meaningful and beneficial ways. And if you are able to generate such a thought or attitude or feeling in your mind, then just focus on that. Just try to hold that experience single pointedly in your mind as long as you can, and let whatever feeling there is associated with that, let that pervade your body. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. So, in the context of calm abiding, there are two mental factors that are very important, crucial for our meditation to go properly. One is mindfulness. And in this case, mindfulness has a little different meaning than the usual common popular notion of mindfulness, which is just being aware of the present moment. In the context of calm abiding, mindfulness means memory or remembering, which is actually the original meaning of the Sanskrit and Pali terms for mindfulness. So it means remembering. And in the context of calm abiding, it means remembering the object. So it's the opposite of forgetfulness. So what happens is we start off focusing on our object, the breath, or whatever. And then after a short time, we forget the object. Our mind is somewhere else, doing something else. So that's forgetfulness. And mindfulness is the opposite of that. Mindfulness is when we remember, oh, I'm not supposed to be thinking about, you know, my vacation next week. I'm supposed to be focusing on the breath. So it's that factor of the mind that enables us to remember what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be focusing on our object, and then we come back to our object. And there's another mental factor called introspection. And that is a bit like, they say it's like a spy, but maybe we could think of a closed circuit TV camera. It's kind of watching our mind and paying attention. What's going on? What's happening in my mind? What is my mind doing? Am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing, or am I doing something I'm not supposed to be doing? So introspection is plays that role. It's aware of what's really going on, and it's able to detect if our mind is, if there's some fault or some mistake in our meditation, like wandering away from the breath, getting caught up in some other object, or falling asleep, or whatever. So it's like a monitor, monitoring our state of mind and state of meditation and so on. So those two work together. So introspection would notice if our mind has wandered away from the object, and then mindfulness brings it back on the object. So that's how they're explained. So this just means that, as we know, when we're meditating on the breath, we're supposed to stay with the breath as much as we can and notice or be aware if our mind has wandered away from the breath to some other object, anything other than the breath. And notice when that has happened. And again, that would be the mental factor of introspection that notices that. And then mindfulness is remembering, bringing our mind back to the object, or bringing the object back to our mind. So reconnecting with our meditation object. So not really necessary to know all these details, but it's just that these are the two mental factors that play an important role in the practice. So let's start again by remembering the motivation we had in the beginning. The motivation to do meditation practice in order to create as much positive energy as we can, both for ourselves and for our family and friends, the people in our life, and for the greater society, the world, all living beings. So whatever you're able to feel comfortable thinking of. So trying to do the best we can for others, both now and in a long-term sense, working for the long-term goal, the ultimate goal of enlightenment, to be able to help others in the best possible way. So just remind yourself of that motivation, and then when you're ready, go into the practice of calm abiding, focusing on your object, Being aware when your mind forgets the object or wanders away from the object. And when you notice that, gently and kindly, not in an unfriendly way, angry with yourself kind of way, but in a friendly way, just gently, patiently bringing your mind back to the object. So, if nothing else, even if we have a lot of difficulty concentrating our mind, but one benefit of this practice is getting to know our minds better. Because you're spending a lot of time just sitting there with your mind, and that means you get to see what kind of thoughts you have, what kind of feelings you have, what kind of emotions you have, and that's useful because those things are there whether we know it or not, whether we're aware of them or not, and they affect us in our life. And so being able to get more familiar with our mind is good, because then we know what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, what we need to work on, and so on. So that's that's always a beneficial thing. So, for this next Lamrim meditation, we'll look at what happens after death, the different possibilities of our next life, and the point of this is to recognize that if we were to be born in an unfortunate situation, not as a human being, but as an animal, or worse than that, like a hungry ghost or in hell, then this would be really terrible. We would have a lot of suffering, and we would not be able to engage in meditation and practice of Dharma as we can now. So the point is to become really convinced that we don't want to go to those places. And there are things we can do to make sure that we don't go to such places. Mainly it's karma. The main point is living according to karma, refraining from bad karma and creating good karma. But that's what we'll look at later. So this time we'll just look at these unfortunate situations to generate a strong determination to do everything we can to avoid those situations. Okay, so once again, get into a good position. And if you're finding it difficult to sit cross-legged every session, feel free to sit in a chair sometimes if that's more comfortable. So it's not absolutely necessary to sit cross-legged all the time. So yesterday we were meditating on death, how death is definite and its time is indefinite. We don't know when it's going to happen. And it's important to prepare ourselves for death by engaging in some practice of Dharma. So now we're going to look at what happens after death. So although we in the West are not brought up with the idea of rebirth, and so it may be difficult to believe it, to accept it, but it's very much the Buddhist view that we don't live just one life, but after death, our mind, our consciousness leaves our body and then takes another life, another rebirth. Some people in the West have the idea that we choose our rebirth. We get to choose where we're going to be born. I don't know where this idea comes from, but if it was true, then I think everybody would choose to be born in a good situation, in a developed country, and in a nice family where there's, plenty of food to eat and a nice comfortable house to live in, and nice parents who are not abusive or alcoholic or drug addicts. So wouldn't that make sense? That if we got to choose our rebirth, we would choose such a situation. But the reality is that there are a lot of people who are born in very unfortunate situations, just in terms of the human world, human beings. We see children born in countries where there's not enough food to eat, and so even as babies, as infants, they're hungry and malnourished, and aren't able to get proper medical treatment when they're sick. So they suffer a lot and sometimes even die because of shortage of food, medicine, and so forth. We also see children born in places where there's war going on. And so they're living in a traumatic situation, fighting, bombing, even their own homes, neighborhoods destroyed by bombs, having to run away to some other country. So who would choose to be born in such a situation? And even in developed countries like in the West and Europe and so on, we see children born into families where there's abuse, physical, mental, verbal, emotional, sexual. The parents are sometimes alcoholics, drug addicts, criminals. So the children have very, very difficult lives right from the early stages of their life. We also see children born with disabilities, with autism or Down syndrome or physical disabilities. So according to Buddhism, it's not a question of choice. It's a question of karma. We are born into situations according to the karma that we have. So if we want to be born in a really nice situation, nice country, nice family, have a nice healthy body and mind, then that's a result of good karma. And if on the other hand we have bad karma, then that is the cause for being born in unfortunate circumstances. War, poverty, physical, mental disabilities, being abused, and so forth. So it isn't a question of choice, it's a question of karma. And according to Buddhism, if our karma is really bad, we won't even get a human body, a human life. Instead, we could be born as some other kind of being. So there's said to be 3 unfortunate realms: the animal realm, the hungry ghost realm, and hell, where there's just constant suffering. So we can't see hell and we can't see the hungry ghost realm, but we can see animal realms, the animals. So maybe we can focus on that one and just contemplate what it would be like to be born as an animal. So this is not to put down animals or feel dislike or aversion towards animals. It's just to recognize that if we were born in such a situation, it would be very unfortunate and very undesirable and very disadvantageous, especially in terms of the practice of Dharma and working towards liberation and enlightenment. But it's also helpful to become more aware of the sufferings of these beings so that we can have more compassion for them. So it boosts our compassion for other beings. So animals, there are different kinds of animals. There are some who live in the wild, live on their own, and we might think, well, they're the lucky ones because they can do what they want. They're not in cages. They have freedom. But living in the wild is not necessarily such a great thing. What happens in the animal world, in the animal realm, is that they tend to eat each other. So if one is born as a smaller type of animal, like a rabbit, then there are other animals, larger animals, foxes, wolves, bears, and so on, the big cats, lions, tigers, who are carnivorous. They don't live on grass and leaves, they live on meat. And so they're hunting for smaller animals to fill their own stomachs. So if one is a smaller animal, one has to try to find food to eat. And while doing that, try to avoid becoming the food for some other animal, for some larger animal. But of course, they're not always successful. So these smaller animals sometimes get caught by the larger animals and killed and eaten. And so that's very, very frightening and very painful and very terrible. It's a terrible suffering. And then there are the human beings who kill animals as well, who like to hunt, go out with guns, arrows, bows, traps, fishing rods and lines, nets, and so forth to catch these animals and again kill them and eat them or use their fur or skin or other body parts. So animals are also in danger from human beings. Another suffering of animals in the wild is from the weather. When it's extremely cold, they don't always have proper shelters to stay in. They don't have, nice, well heated homes like we do. And when it's very, very hot, they also don't always have shelter from the hot sun and from the hot air. So they suffer from cold and from heat and rain and snow and so forth. And if they get sick or injured, they do not have hospitals to go to, doctors who will treat them, take care of them, give them medicine. So they just have to try to recover on their own without medication, without painkillers, without medical attention. or they might die from their injuries. And then they also sometimes suffer from hunger and thirst. Some animals may live in a place where there's plenty of food and water, but others live in a place where there's sometimes shortages of water. Where there's a drought, for example, they have great difficulty finding water to drink. And also because of lack of water, there's no food growing, plants and leaves and trees and so forth. So they may have to go long periods of time without finding food to eat and even die out of starvation. So then it may seem as if animals that are domestic animals or animals living together with human beings might be better off because they may get food, they may be fed and watered by human beings. So they have that, and they also may get medical attention when they're sick. But humans aren't always kind to the animals in their care. So a lot of animals like cows and chickens and pigs and so forth are used by human beings for meat. So they're fed, they're taken care of, but eventually they're killed in a slaughterhouse or in a farmer's backyard in order to make meat for human consumption. The animals have no freedom, no choice, no possibility to say no. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. So we've probably all heard of and maybe seen videos of the horrors of animal farms, battery farms where chickens are kept in cages and the light is on 24 hours a day and they go crazy in these conditions. And then there's animals used in experiments, scientific laboratories. So that's a bit like being tortured. So there's horrible things that human beings do to animals in such situations. That even the pets, dogs and cats and so on, that people treat with kindness and do not subject to such horrible experiences. So they seem to be better off, but they still have their problems. They're not always able to express themselves when they're unhappy or dissatisfied or sad or worried. So they can't really speak and communicate how they feel. And their masters, their owners may not really understand what it is they want and what they need. And it said that the main problem with being born as an animal, even if one is born in a good situation, like a pet, you might even be the pet of a queen or a king or a wealthy person and have a really good life. But the main problem is the mind or the mentality. So the mind of an animal is just limited in what it is able to understand. So even the most basic teachings of the Dharma, like karma, the law of cause and effect, what kind of actions are good karma and bring happiness, what kind of actions are bad and bring suffering. Even a very basic teaching like that, which most human beings can understand, but an animal is not able to understand. We try to explain to a cat, for example, that it's not good to kill mice, birds, and so forth. The cat is not able to understand that. So animals mostly act out of instinct. So if they have the instinct to kill, they will just keep killing. And in that way, create negative karma, which is not helpful for their future or good rebirths in the future, for progressing on the path to enlightenment. So that's the main reason why it's better to avoid being born as an animal, because we would not be able to continue in our practice of the Dharma and improve our situation and progress along the path to liberation and enlightenment. So see if you can come to a conclusion of this meditation, a strong sense of wishing to avoid such a rebirth as an animal, or in even worse situations as a hungry ghost, or in hell where there's just constant uninterrupted suffering. So if you're able to generate that feeling in your mind, then just hold it with single pointed concentration as long as you can. So we have another break, and this time Joseph will lead some So check your sitting position. Try to make sure you're in a comfortable but also conducive position for doing meditation. And try to relax as much as possible. If there is any tension anywhere in your body, you could imagine it melting and flowing away, flowing out of you, draining out of you, sinking into the earth, or just evaporating into space. Let your breathing be natural. Let the breath flow in and out in a natural rhythm without controlling your breathing, just allowing the body to breathe. And check your mind, see if there's any extraneous thoughts, any thoughts not related to what we're doing here, thoughts of the past or the future, other places, and so on. So let go of any such thoughts, put them aside. Remember the motivation we had at the beginning this morning. So renew, regenerate that motivation. And then make the determination that you will keep your mind on the object, the breath, or whatever object you're using, as much as you can, as continuously as you can. And whenever the mind wanders away from the object to something else, let go of, disengage with that other object, and return your awareness, your attention to your meditation object. And try to maintain an attitude of kindness, friendliness, patience towards yourself, your mind, your body, everyone, everything. But if irritation or frustration arise, then just be aware of that. Notice that. Try not to get caught up in it, but see it as just another mental state, another transitory phenomena in your mind, like a cloud. Notice it, but then let it go and come back to the object of meditation. So, in the last meditation, we looked at the possibility of being born in an unfortunate situation in our next life, and most probably concluded that we want to avoid that at all costs. And so, in the context of Buddhism, the solution, the remedy to taking such a rebirth is two things, two steps. One is taking refuge in the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And the other is learning about and trying to follow karma, the law of cause and effect. So in this session, we'll do meditation on refuge, and then we'll do meditations on karma in the afternoon. So refuge is primarily a mental state, and it comes about due to two causes. There are two causes that give rise to refuge. The first is a feeling of fear or dread, we could call it, about what might happen to us in the future. And this mainly means in our future lives, next rebirth. So if we have negative karma that hasn't been purified when we die, that might be the cause for going to an unfortunate situation in our next life. So feeling fear of that is a healthy kind of fear. It's not an unhealthy, bad fear. It's a healthy fear. It's a wholesome fear because it will lead us to seek remedies, solutions to avoid such a situation. And so that's the first cause of refuge. The second is having a sense of trust or conviction in the objects of refuge, which are Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the three jewels. And this comes about by understanding the qualities, the good qualities of the three objects of refuge, and how and why they are able to help us. So it's just natural that when we find ourselves in a dangerous situation, we're in danger, we feel afraid and we seek help. And if we see someone, for example, a policeman or a big strong guy who looks nice, then we'll probably feel, oh, maybe that person can help me, and we call out for help. So similarly, in order to avoid unfortunate experiences in the future lives, but also that can include this life as well. If we notice that we have unwholesome, unwise, unskillful habits, tendencies, that it's difficult to control. We have a hard time controlling them, dealing with them, and we may feel we need help to be able to do that in order to avoid creating suffering for ourselves and others. So anyway, the sense that we need help, and then the sense that the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, are able to give us the help that we need. So to generate that state of mind, we need to understand who are the three jewels and what kind of qualities they have. So we'll mainly focus on that in this meditation. So there's the Buddha, and it said that a Buddha is able to help us because the Buddha has these four qualities. The first is that he himself is free from all fears. And this means that the Buddha has completely purified his own mind, his karma. The Buddha has no more negative karma, completely free of all negative karma. And he's also free of all disturbing emotions, greed, hatred, ignorance, and all mistaken conceptions. So his mind is completely clean and clear and free of all the causes of suffering. So he himself is free of suffering. He will never again have to experience any suffering. So that's the meaning of being free of all fears. He has nothing to be afraid of, nothing to fear. So it might be helpful to contemplate that in relation to ourselves. Do we have things that we are afraid of, things that we are in danger of? And the second quality that a Buddha has is being able to help others become free of fears. So, Buddha was once like ourselves. He was an ordinary person caught in the cycle of death and rebirth, suffering, problems, karma, delusion. So, he was in the same situation we are in, but he found a way out. He found an escape route, and he was successful in being able to become free of this situation. So, since he knows how to get out, he is in a position to teach us how we can escape, how we can extricate ourselves from the situation that we are in, where we have karma, delusions, suffering, problems. So, contemplate that. See if that makes sense to you, if you can accept that the Buddha is able to help us, teach us, guide us to become free of suffering. And the third quality the Buddha has is great compassion for all living beings, wanting to help them all become free of suffering. So that's important because even if the Buddha himself was free of suffering and he knew how what one needs to do to become free of suffering, but if he didn't have compassion, if he didn't care about others, then he might just abide in a state of peace and not do anything to help others. But that isn't the case. So after becoming enlightened, the Buddha completely dedicated himself to teaching and guiding and helping other beings so that they too could find a way out of suffering and become free of suffering. So it is said that a Buddha, an enlightened being, feels compassion for all living beings without exception. So whether they have faith in him or not, whether they have good feelings towards the Buddha or they hate him, the Buddha has the same equal concern and love and compassion. So he's always willing to help every single living being, not excluding anyone, until every being has become enlightened. So I actually combine the third and the fourth quality. The third quality is having great compassion for all living beings, and the fourth quality is um, not being biased or prejudiced towards any living being. So even those who don't like the Buddha, who don't have faith in him, who don't listen to him, who may even have hatred, aversion, rejection towards him and his teachings, the Buddha has the same concern and will always work to help all living beings until they reach liberation and enlightenment. So that's why the Buddha is someone we can rely upon, we can trust, we can take refuge in. And the Buddha has many other excellent qualities. For example, his mind is completely free of all mistaken states of mind, such as ignorance, seeing things in a mistaken way, seeing things as inherently existing, real, solid, permanent, fixed. So we have that problem. We have ignorance that doesn't see things as they are, but the Buddha's free of that. So he sees things exactly as they are, correctly, perfectly, clearly. He sees the empty nature of all things. And because of that, then his mind is also free of all the other disturbing emotions like anger and hatred and greed and attachment, jealousy, pride, and so forth. So all those disturbing emotions, mistaken states of mind are totally gone in his mind, and they will never return. They've been purified forever. So that quality is the Buddha's wisdom. And the Buddha also has compassion and love. So again, it's equal for all living beings. Buddha has no preferences, no bias, no prejudices. He feels equal love and compassion for all living beings without exception, similar to a really good mother who loves all her children equally, cares for all her children equally, doesn't treat some better than others. And the Buddha's compassion and love is continuous. It's unbroken. So every minute, every second, 24 hours a day without break, the Buddha is there feeling love and compassion for us and ready to help us, willing to help us when we are open to him and willing to receive his help. And it's also said that the Buddha is like a skillful doctor who doesn't just give the same medicine to every patient, but checks carefully to see what sickness problem the patient has and then gives the right medicine according to them. So in a similar way, Buddha knows each individual person and teaches them accordingly, according to what will be most effective for them. So the Buddha gave many different kinds of teachings suited to different types of people. And then the second object of refuge is the Dharma, which usually refers to the Buddha's teachings and also the practices, different kinds of meditation practices and so on. So it said that the Dharma is the real refuge, the actual refuge, because it is by learning and practicing the Dharma that we become transformed, free of our suffering and delusion and karma, and attaining all the realizations that enable our mind to become enlightened. So the Buddha can't do that for us. He can't go into our mind and fix our mind. But how he helps is by teaching the Dharma. And then it is by practicing the Dharma that we will be able to be free of suffering and reach enlightenment as well. So the Dharma is the real refuge, the actual refuge. It's like the medicine that enables us to become cured of our sickness or suffering. And then the third object of refuge is the Sangha. The main Sangha are those who have realized emptiness, who have a direct experience or realization of emptiness. So that means they see truth, they see reality. And it's not always clear who such people or such beings are. So the term Sangha can also refer in a broader sense to all the followers of the Buddha, the members of the spiritual community, those who have faith in the Buddha and are trying to practice his teachings, trying to live in accordance with the Dharma. And so they act as friends, spiritual friends who help us as we are practicing, because it's difficult to practice all alone by ourselves. So it's really helpful to practice with others and get support from others, get help when we have questions or when things are going difficult for us. They're like friends and supporters while we are following the path. And in the analogy of being the Buddha being the doctor who gives us medicine, the Dharma being the medicine, and the Sangha are like nurses or family and friends who help us while we are on the way to recovery, while we are recovering from our illness. So contemplate the three objects of refuge. See if you can feel a sense of how they can be relied upon, they can be turned to, they can be trusted and provide the help that we need in our life and to be able to avoid suffering and problems in the future, to get out of samsara, the cycle of death and rebirth, and to reach liberation and enlightenment. And if you are able to feel a sense of trust and seeing the three jewels of refuge as worthy to turn to for help, then hold on to that feeling, that experience in your mind. Focus on it single pointedly and try to make your mind very familiar with it. So let's dedicate the merit, the positive energy we've created so far this morning doing these different meditations. So feel a sense of joy or rejoicing that we have spent our time doing these practices, because they're very good for us, very healthy, healing for our mind, for our suffering. And we did all these with a sense of altruism, wanting to benefit not only ourselves, but others as well, benefit the world, benefit all beings. So that makes them even more powerful, more positive, meritorious. Feel we definitely have done a good thing, created some good energy. And now let's dedicate this positive energy that it will stay with us and not be lost, but continue to help us to develop all the realizations we need to progress along the path to enlightenment, and in that way make our lives really beneficial for others, both now and long term. When we finally become a Buddha, and then we can help all beings become Buddhas as well. And let's also dedicate to a woman who is a friend of Lisa Lata's and a few other Dharma friends, who has come here a few times as well. And she passed away last night. Her name is Helga. She was suffering from cancer for a long time, so she finally passed away. Let's dedicate that she will be guided by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to find a fortunate rebirth in which she can continue to progress on the spiritual path and reach liberation and enlightenment as quickly as possible. Okay. So we have a break until 1:30. So I thought maybe today I could start with questions. Anyone has a question? This needs to be a little higher. It's kind of sinking. Oh, I can repeat. Maybe I can repeat. Otherwise, we have to keep moving it around.
Someone has a question, ask the teacher. Teacher can repeat the question. I talk already to Sangye Khadro about maybe give up the microphone.
Give up the microphone.
Yeah.
Give up the microphone.
Because the people, or else you have to repeat the question because.
I can repeat it. Otherwise, we have to keep moving it around. It's a little awkward.
Schedule for the next days. Is it like today or?
Well, yeah. Okay, so the question is about the schedule for the rest of the retreat. And I was going to talk about this at the end of today for those who are staying for the rest of the retreat. I thought to make it a lighter schedule because it's been a bit intense for me as well. I'm a bit tired. I mean, I thought since, just for those who are just doing the weekend, it would be good to really do a lot of meditation, make good use of our time. But I think to continue like this would be too tiring. So I'll make a little bit lighter schedule, but I'll talk about that later. Yeah. Yeah.
Precious human rebirth, because I'm beginning to sort of see that it's human rebirth, but at the same time, like my personal issue, very close to someone who doesn't, and it makes it very hard to appreciate my own. Yeah.
So you're saying you can see the value, the preciousness of a precious human rebirth, but there's a person in your life who doesn't have a precious human rebirth, and that's bringing up a lot of suffering, pain in you. So is it like, do you feel kind of guilty that you have more than that person? Is it that kind of thing?
It's more, or maybe I just recognize that I always got triggered on these really emotions and I asked to sort of consider my own precious taking into consideration about.
Okay, so when you think about the precious human rebirth, it triggers off emotions, thinking about people who don't have that. But what are those emotions? Could you describe them?
It just I'm beginning to sort of appreciate my own precious but it's been really hard to sort of see I don't know. Maybe it is close. I don't know. It's kind of like it's not. I can't really feel happy about it. Other people.
So yeah, so is it like it doesn't feel right to be joyful that I have this wonderful life with all these opportunities and other people do not? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. But then, I mean, the joy, as I understand it, the joy that we're meant to feel about having a precious human rebirth isn't the normal kind of joy like, oh, I get to go to the Bahamas for a vacation, or that kind of thing, That's sort of ordinary, worldly, samsaric kind of joy, which is also probably quite ego-centered, me, how wonderful that I get to have this wonderful experience, something like that. So I don't think it's that kind of joy that we should feel. as I understand it. It's more because the whole point of the having a precious human rebirth is it's like a basis or a medium that we can then use for the benefit of others. I mean, that's the real point, to use our life to, of course, we have to work on ourselves. We have to develop our own minds. But why do we work on our own minds? Is it only for our own sake, our own benefit, or is it to be able to benefit others? And in the Mahayana tradition of Buddhism, the emphasis is on helping others, you know, making our lives useful for others and not just focused on ourselves. So, from the Mahayana point of view, that's the real joy. The joy of having a precious human rebirth is because, wow, I'm so fortunate. I'm healthy and my mind is working well, and I have all these other conditions in my life. So, I can use my life in beneficial ways for others. So, that's a different kind of joy than the other one. And then if you do, I mean, it's actually a good thing to be able to recognize that other people are unfortunate. They have, you know, unfortunate circumstances in their life, and that moves you. You're not sort of indifferent, uncaring towards that, but you feel moved by that. You feel compassion. It sounds like you feel compassion for those other people. And so then you could transform this into thinking, okay, I have all these benefits, these conditions, good circumstances in my life, and I really want to use my life to benefit people like that, people who don't have such good conditions. Does that make sense? Because I remember when I was first learning the Dharma, there were times when I would feel guilty that I had food to eat and other people didn't. You know, like it didn't feel right to eat food when other people were starving. I would have that kind of feeling sometimes. So then I'd be feeling guilty while I'm eating food. And I remember Lama Yeshe. I guess other people had the same kind of problem and talked to Lama Yeshe about it, because when once Lama Yeshe talked about this in a kind of public talk, and he sort of said that kind of attitude is ridiculous. You know, you shouldn't feel that way. Um, so I mean, on the one hand, to eat with greed, oh, you know, this wonderful food I get to enjoy all by myself, I mean, that's not a healthy attitude. But on the other hand, to go to the other extreme of thinking, oh, I don't deserve to eat because other people are starving, you know, I shouldn't eat, that's also not healthy. Because I mean, the reality is we have a body that needs food. If we don't eat, we don't take care of our body, then we won't be able to survive. We won't have energy. We won't be able to do anything for others, and so on. So there's actually a practice. I haven't spoken about this, but in Buddhism, a practice associated with eating would be to think of the food as medicine. Yeah, that I'm eating this. In fact, there's a prayer that monks and nuns say before eating. They think, I'm eating this food like medicine, you know, not just to make myself big and strong and healthy, but medicine to have energy so that I can then use my life, use my body, my life for the benefit of others. So that way you avoid having, you know, the greedy attitude, but you also avoid that other attitude of thinking I don't deserve to eat, you know, feeling guilty. So maybe I'm just saying that because it sounds maybe a little bit like what you're experiencing. You know, there's a feeling like it's not right that I have such a good life and good experiences when other people do not, because that doesn't help. I don't think that kind of attitude is helpful. Um, I mean, from the Buddhist point of view, everything that occurs is due to karma. There are causes and conditions as to why one person has food to eat and another person doesn't have food to eat. It's not a question of some creator being who made that kind of decision. I mean, of course, there's a lot of other factors as well. One person may live in a place where there's famine, where there's a lack of rain and other conditions to be able to have food. So there's lots of different factors involved in that situation. But Buddhism says the main factor is karma. Karma, so the fact that we have food means we created the karma in the past. And that karma would have been the practice of generosity. So that as a result of generosity, you yourself have what you need, resources like food and money and so forth. So, our having food to eat and other resources, other good conditions in our life is because in past lives, not necessarily this life, but in past lives, we must have done the right things. We must have created the right causes. And now we're experiencing the result of that. Someone who doesn't have food to eat or who doesn't have ideal conditions in their life, it's because they failed to create that karma. They don't have enough of that karma. So it's really a question of karma rather than any other causes. But then we shouldn't be complacent about that, because okay, I created good karma in the past and that's why I have this body and this resources that I have now. But if I don't continue creating good karma, if I don't continue doing the right things, then this karma is going to run out and then I'll be bereft of things. um so that would be another consideration, to think that okay, I'm in this situation now because of good things I did in the past, and I have to make sure that I continue doing the good things, the right things, the beneficial things, to ensure that I will have good conditions in the future. And whatever good conditions I have, may I use them not just to enjoy myself, have a good time for myself in a kind of self-centered hedonistic way, but may I use my life to benefit others. So does that make sense if you try to think in that way? So do you think that would help you to appreciate the precious human life, precious human rebirth? Yeah. But I think it's also good to just explore whatever difficult emotions come up, because it's very common when doing these meditations on the Lamrim, the path to enlightenment, that they can trigger off emotions. And it's good to not just brush those aside, but look at them and try not to get totally caught up in and drowned in those emotions, but try to take a step back and look at them objectively and try to understand, what is this all about? Why do I feel this way? And maybe get into a sort of dialogue with it. Why do you feel that way? What's going on there? Where's that coming from? And just by doing that, you sometimes get insight into what this situation is all about. And then sometimes that having that insight might enable you to know how to deal with it. So I do that a lot. I've had to do that a lot because my meditations are often very tumultuous and not so smooth and easy. But lots of things can come up, and I think it's good. I mean, the Buddha said that we should investigate things and not just accept them and go along with them, but really check, investigate, and try it on. Like, when you buy a pair of clothes or shoes or something, you have to try it on first to see if it fits you. So we have to try these ideas on with our own mind, our own attitudes, our own experiences, and see how they fit. And if they don't fit exactly, then maybe we can make some adjustments to them. I mean, I do that myself when I'm doing these meditations. I have to make some adjustments to them to fit my mind, because I'm not a Tibetan. I'm a Westerner, and I have my own ideas and experiences. So I think the important thing is the result. What is, like, what is it we're trying to, what state of mind are we trying to generate here? Yeah. And if we need to make some adjustments to the meditation in order to reach that result, I think that's okay. So I don't think we should feel we have to do it exactly like this. This was made by Tibetans and by Tibetans for Tibetans and so on. But we're not Tibetans, so we may need to make some changes, some adjustments. And again, the real point, the essence, is to generate compassion and love, the wish to benefit others, and then engage in doing things that benefit others as much as we can. And that'll differ from one person to another. Some people can do more, some people can do less, some people do it in this way, some people do it in that way. So there's lots of variations in there. But as long as we understand the essence of it, I think that's the key.
Maybe it's a bit on my part. Maybe the other way. I think I find it actually quite challenging to be passionate, having a compassionate attitude on the streets, especially when I'm on a retreat. I notice it here when I'm in the city, because as soon as I go out, people they just the opposite. When we talk, the way they pollute things, drink alcohol, plastic things around you, and very practical for me. Especially when you do retreat in the street, I think you notice a bit more.
Yeah.
I noticed that before too. After when a retreat 7 days, 10 days finishes, and you get in the city and you notice it bit more. I think it's quite difficult to do that. It's of course I think all of us will help people and do the best, but that attitude it's more subtle. It's because it becomes critical. It's like you don't know what you're doing. I know what.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think that that's very constructive either.
Yeah.
It's very critical.
Yeah. Okay. So the question is about um, being in retreat and then leaving and going out and seeing the way people in the world behave and how they behave just the opposite to what we're trying to do. Difficult to have compassion for them and yeah, I know I feel the same way. I still have this problem myself, being critical. Um, Sometimes it's even a feeling of disgust. I have to say, I feel kind of disgusted when I see people drinking and getting completely drunk and being really noisy and rowdy and just totally out of control. It's just makes me feel kind of disgusted. And I know it's not the appropriate attitude, right? It's not what we should feel. So it's something to work on. Um, and also to be careful about a kind of a sense of superiority, like you say, we know the right way, and these guys don't, and they're sort of inferior. So that we have to be careful about that as well, because that's pride. That's pride, arrogance, spiritual pride. I know the Dharma. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a good person, and those people are not. And yeah, so that's something to look out for. But okay, so if those attitudes arise, we need to recognize them, acknowledge them. That's what's going on in my mind, and not beat ourselves up if we have those kind of attitudes. It's just the way we are. We're not enlightened beings. We're not Buddhas yet. We're not free of delusions, and so we are still um, subject to such thoughts and such feelings. So we need to acknowledge and accept and have compassion for ourselves. That we're still like that. Yeah, so it wouldn't be also it also wouldn't be good to then beat ourselves up. Oh, I'm such a lousy person, a lousy Buddhist. I shouldn't be feeling this way. So that's another danger to look out for, you know. So instead, a middle way where we just acknowledge, okay, I'm feeling this way. I have this experience in my mind, and I know it's not a healthy state of mind to have. I want to work on it, but it's there, and so there are different things one could do. One could just think about how most other people, most other sentient beings have these attitudes as well. Yeah, that they feel disgust and they feel pride and they feel criticalness and so on. So this is just a common experience of people and living beings in samsara, unenlightened beings, and just recognizing that those attitudes are the cause of suffering. You know, they lead to suffering and not to happiness. So feel a sense of affinity with others, you know, other beings who are in samsara, feel a feeling of compassion for oneself and others who are in samsara and still subject to these mental attitudes and the sufferings they lead to. And then make a determination that I'm going to work on these in myself. I'm going to really try to transform myself, my mind, and become free of these disturbing, painful, negative emotions so that I can help others to do the same. So that those are some thoughts to have. And then there are other antidotes, other remedies that one could use. For example, just thinking about, you know, the people who are behaving in that way, and maybe they think they're enjoying themselves. You know, they think this is, you know, happiness, but it's not really. It's like an, you know, illusory happiness. So they're like, you know, caught up in illusions. And so instead of feeling disgust for them, it's more appropriate to feel compassion for them, that they're kind of lost and confused. But doing that without feeling then pride and arrogance, you know, like I'm better than them, because we have the same, you know, we, as long as we are in samsara, this is what I say to myself, as long as I'm in samsara, then I don't have complete control over my mind. I mean, maybe today I'm not, you know, acting that way, but sometime later I could be, you know, some really strong stuff could come up in my mind and I could find myself behaving like that. So I'm in no position to judge others and look down on others for the behavior that they have. And also Buddhism says in our past lives we've behaved like that. We've been that way before. So yeah, right. So there you go, you know. Yeah. And also, we don't know if they're going to be like that forever. You know, maybe 1 year from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they'll be totally different, you know, totally transformed. Maybe they'll be monks in a monastery, you know, behaving really beautifully. Maybe they'll even get enlightened before us. Who knows? It's possible. So thinking in terms of impermanence really helps, you know, just how things are. Nothing is fixed, nothing is permanent, things are changing all the time. So just because something is like that right now doesn't mean it's going to be like that forever and ever and ever. And also, there's a verse that is in the Vinaya, the um, text that monks and nuns, it applies to the vows and so on of monks and nuns. And there's this one verse in there that really struck me about when a monk or nun is going through town, they should not be paying attention to what other people are doing. Instead, they should be paying attention to what they are doing, what's going on in their own mind. And I realized I really need to work on that. You know, my business is not looking at other people and, you know, oh, look at what that person's doing. Isn't that horrible? But what am I doing? What is my mind doing? So that's our job. And yeah, I think that applies to all practitioners, that our job is to work on our own mind, because anyway, practically, we can't change other people. We can't get other people to change. It's not possible. Even the Buddha couldn't do that. So, but what we can do is work on our own mind. You know? So that's the only thing that we can really change is our own mind. And that itself is hard enough. And I think to myself, there's enough right there in my mind to keep me busy for the rest of my life. Yeah, just working on myself and my mind. So that is my business, not um, not being concerned about whether others are doing and if they are doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And anyway, so those are just some suggestions about things you could do. I mean, I suppose a bodhisattva, someone who really does have love and compassion and bodhicitta and is striving for enlightenment, when they see people misbehaving, they would just feel compassion, just love and compassion, and think, oh, how sad it is that these sentient beings, especially human beings, who have such enormous potential. We have the potential to do so much good, and instead of doing good, doing harmful things. How sad that is. And I think they would do that without any sense of judgmentalness or criticalness or superiority. None of those kind of feelings, but just maybe like a mother. If a mother sees her child that she loves dearly, she sees her child misbehaving, she just feels just total compassion and love and just total wish to help her child and do whatever she can to help her child. So I think that would be the ideal attitude, the ideal state of mind. So it's good to know, what kind of state of mind we would like to have, and then work our way towards that. Find ways of um, uh, working on our mind, managing our mind.
Being critical is also like almost a natural reaction, also cultural as well, actually, because that's what we learn. If someone does something wrong, we're usually critical. That's the way we raised up. So that's conditioning there as well, which we should.
You say it's cultural to be critical?
Yeah, because that's the way we raised up. When you do something wrong, you're supposed to do like this, and you're wrong, and people don't like you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we think. So I think there's a conditioning, strong conditioning there, because you said, tell me about the bodhisattvas. It's like it's not the way you take things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so most people in the world, ordinary people, ordinary beings, are very, very critical. Yeah, there's a saying in Buddhism that it's very easy to see the faults of other people's faults, but when it comes to our own faults, we can be blind to them. So I think that's quite a typical trait of human beings, to be looking at other people, watching other people, and having like critical, judgmental thoughts, doing right, doing wrong, this and that, and so on and so forth. But yeah, and you're right. We're not really taught to, focus on ourselves and try to improve ourselves, look at our own faults and work on those. Except, I mean, I think in religion, religion and spiritual traditions, I think they do that. Um, mm, but whether people do it or not is another thing. That was something that I remember as a child. I felt quite annoyed with my parents. We would go to church on Sundays, and in church, everyone's behaving themselves really well, listening to the priest giving the talk, singing the songs, and so on. So we're all very well behaved. And then coming home, back at home, my parents would start criticizing people. Oh, this person, blah 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 blah, like gossip. That's not right. So yeah, I think it's just a human nature, human trait. And anyway, it's good that you're aware of that. Yeah, because probably most people in the world just totally get caught up in that kind of attitude and follow it, and don't even see it as, maybe they don't even see it as something unhealthy, unwholesome. Anyone else? Yeah, but are definitely antidotes to that kind of mind. Just to give myself as an example, since I moved here, before I was living out in Suborg, which is a relatively quiet, peaceful place, and coming here, living in the middle of the city, and just being confronted all the time by, every time I walk out, there's just kind of craziness and neighbors and so on. So it's like in my face a lot. And like I say, I often feel kind of disgusted, feeling of disgust. But then at other times, I can see that change. I can see my mind change, and I feel, instead of disgust, I feel love. I feel compassion, and it's such a much nicer feeling, instead of that kind of negative, critical, judgmental attitude. One of the what? The most what? Karmic? Mm. Yeah. Guns, alcohol. Yeah. And then I also think, I mean, this place is relatively calm and quiet compared to some places in the world. I mean, things could be much, much worse than here. People could be behaving much worse than these people. So, so that helps too, to think in terms of like relatively. Um, if you see somebody misbehaving, then you could think, well, yeah, maybe that person's not behaving very well, but they could be worse. At least they're not a terrorist, a jihadist, a suicide bomber, that kind of thing. So, so the question is, how does karma and rebirth apply to people who have other views and don't believe in karma and rebirth? Um, I mean, I think like in Christianity and most religions, even if they don't use the word karma, they still have that idea that, what you do will be the cause for your own future experiences. Like in the Bible, it says, "What you sow, you shall reap." Yeah, so it's the same idea. And then rebirth. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I've wondered about that myself because I was brought up a Catholic. And so, what I have come to is that uh, most religion, like Christianity and Islam and Hinduism and Judaism, will talk about. I mean, they have hell. They also have heaven. So those it seem to be only those two places that you go after death, right? And I think that's completely compatible with Buddhism because, of course, we do talk about hell. There is hell in Buddhism, and that's, if you commit really bad karma, that's where you end up. But one difference, of course, in Buddhism is it's not eternal. It's you're there for a while until your karma has finished, and then you die and are reborn again. So it's not an eternal situation. And we also have heaven in Buddhism. In fact, there's lots of heavens. We call them God realms or Deva realms, and there's many different levels, different heavens. And the people who or beings who are born there, it's a result of good karma, virtue, creating virtue. So the way I see it is, yeah, if somebody's a Christian or a Hindu or Jew or is Muslim, and they're following their religion, or doing good actions and avoiding bad actions, then after they die, they can be born in a heaven. Um, so again, from the Buddhist point of view, that's not eternal. it's it's just another rebirth. Although it could last a long time, you might be there a long time. But again, it's not like a final liberation. Um, so this is one, like, a big difference between Buddhism and theistic religions. They see the highest goal is being born in some sort of heaven or paradise where you're with God forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So from the Buddhist point of view, it's not forever. And as long as you still have ignorance about the true nature of things, and you still have attachment and aversion and so forth, you still have these delusions in your mind, and you still have karma, then you're still subject to this cycle. This picture over here shows the wheel of life, a cycle of death and rebirth. And so you might be in heaven for a long time, but sooner or later your karma runs out, you die, and then you're back on the wheel again. So for Buddhism, the goal is to get out of the wheel, out of samsara, out of the cycle of death and rebirth. And to be able to do that, the key to doing that is understanding emptiness, the true nature of things. So as far as I know, I mean, I'm quite sure that kind of teaching doesn't exist in Christianity and in probably most other religions as well. Buddhism is kind of unique in talking about the uh, selflessness or emptiness, the true nature of things. Does that answer the question?
Did you mean that after paradise, you could go to the cloud as well?
You could, or come back to the human realm, or be born again in the God realm. It all depends on what kind of karma you have. Because they say that, we've had many, many lifetimes, countless lifetimes before now. We have lots of karma, and all of that karma is like stored in our mind. So we have good karma, we have bad karma. We have karma to be born in heaven, we have karma to be born in hell. So it's almost like a roulette wheel. What karma is going to come up at the time of death, and then propel us to the next life. Yeah, depending. I mean, in some of the heavens, heaven, I don't like that word so much, but anyway, some of the realms, those deva realms, God realms, the higher ones, they don't commit any non-virtuous actions anymore, like the 10 non-virtuous actions, killing, stealing, and so forth. Nobody does those. They're beyond that. But they still have subtle faults. They still have attachment, they still have pride, they still have ignorance. So they still have some, faulty states of mind. But even if they don't create any bad karma there, they might still have bad karma from past lives. When they were a human being, maybe they committed murder, and they might still have that karma in their mind that could come up. That makes sense? But some of the god realms, they still have delusions, and they get involved in wars and fighting and killing, and yeah, they're not.
Because I've thought it already before, like now we're here, don't get worse. We don't commit suicide, whatever. But what you say is like it's very unknown what's going to happen next time. Maybe we did something many lifetimes before, so we're going to actually experience how.
Yeah, this is the scary thing, even if we behave ourselves this lifetime, we we could still have negative karma lying in our mind, seeds of karma we did in past lives that could be the cause for a bad rebirth. And I mean, that's actually one of the reasons why refuge is so helpful, because it's said that if we take refuge and we really try to live our life according to the Buddhist teachings and really have this attitude of refuge in our mind, at the time of death, if we can remember the Buddha or Dharma or any object of refuge and take refuge at the time of death, then it said it's guaranteed that we won't be born in a lower realm. So even if we have a lot of bad karma, but the refuge will sort of block the bad karma from ripening. So, but that's only good for one lifetime, and then we have to keep practicing. So I mean, the ideal thing is to get to the point in our spiritual development where, well, first of all, stop creating bad karma, of course, but we also have to purify our bad karma and stop the possibility of our bad karma, causing us to be reborn. So there's different, like, as you progress along the path, you reach these different stages where you get to one point where you're not going to be born in the lower realms anymore. That's finished. And then you have to get to higher and higher stages. But yeah, eventually we're completely free. But it takes quite a bit of work, effort to get to that point. So yeah, I wish it was easier. I wish it was kind of easy and quick, but it's not. It's complicated. But there's also this. It's not exactly a heaven, but it's called a Pure Land. There are different Buddhas who have sort of created these Pure Lands. For example, Amitabha Buddha is the most famous one. Japanese, Chinese, Korean tradition. Very, very popular practice to pray to Amitabha Buddha and pray to be born in his Pure Land, which is called Sukhavati, the land of great joy. And it said that if we can be born in a Pure Land, then it's pretty safe. and when you're there, you meet Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and you continue to practice and continue to work towards enlightenment. So a lot of people see that as a desirable goal, being born in a Pure Land. And others might want to come back to this. I remember one Tibetan monk saying, that he wants to come back here to this world because here there's a lot of suffering. And when you see suffering, it helps you to generate compassion. If you go to a Pure Land, it's, everything's so wonderful and pure. Maybe it's not so easy to develop compassion there because you don't see much suffering. So that was his view on it. So, but if you can be in this world and not get kind of drowned in the suffering and the problems, and be able to keep your head above the water and use the difficulties in this world, to boost your compassion and your love and continue working towards enlightenment. So that's a real bodhisattva attitude. In fact, there are bodhisattvas who even pray to go to hell. They want to go to hell to help the beings there. They have so much compassion. I'm not at that point. And I once heard the Dalai Lama say, if I go to hell, I think I'll just be there screaming. So I don't think I'll be able to help anybody. But that's how I feel. I don't think I could take that. I mean, this world is bad enough. This world is difficult enough. But if you have really super, super strong compassion and love, and then maybe you could manage hell. So any other questions? I was going to talk a little bit more about some of the hindrances in meditation, because it's helpful to learn about these so that if they occur, we recognize them and know how to deal with them. So yesterday we were looking at this chart on calm abiding. I don't know if you still have it, but Do you need one? Do you? Okay, I have extra if you need. Well, maybe that was the last one. Yeah, I don't have another one. No, I don't have. Huh? Yeah, I don't have another one. This was the last one. So yesterday we were looking at the first of the five faults, which is laziness, which is explained as reluctance to meditate. You know, like, oh, I don't really want to meditate. And the antidotes to that are faith, meaning faith in calm abiding, that we understand that if we achieve calm abiding, and even as we're working towards calm abiding, we can start to experience a lot of benefits, that physical and mental bliss and more clarity, that our mind, it'll be easier to focus on good things, positive virtuous things, and we'll be less likely to be overwhelmed by negative states of mind and so on. So if we get a sense of the benefit, the good things, the good results of generating calm abiding, then that gives us faith in calm abiding. That in turn leads to aspiration, the second antidote, and that means I want to do it. I want to achieve that. I want to get there. And then enthusiasm is like, I want to put energy into it. So we actually have an enthusiasm, or what it's also called, joyful effort. So we're really happy to do the practice, and then we do the practice and eventually reach the state of calm abiding and have this experience of pliancy, or this serviceability of body and mind. And they say that is the real antidote to laziness. Once you have that experience of pliancy, there's no more laziness, there's no more reluctance to meditate. They say it becomes really, really easy to meditate. All you do is sit down and zip, you go right into a wonderful, clear, concentrated, meditative state. So those are the things one needs to develop in order to counteract laziness. So if we do find ourselves feeling lazy, reluctant to meditate, then it could be helpful to read more about calm abiding and think about it, reflect on it, and think, wow, how good it would be, how nice it would be if I could have calm abiding. That would be so good for me, and also good for others, because if we improve ourselves, then we're better able to help others. And then the second fault is forgetfulness. Forgetfulness means, in this case, it doesn't mean just being absent-minded, but forgetting people's names and so on. But specifically, it's forgetting the object. So I was talking about that this morning when we, sit down and start our meditation. Okay, I'm going to focus on the breath or whatever we're meditating on. And then after a few minutes or a few seconds, our mind is off doing something else. So that's the meaning of forgetfulness. And the antidote to that is mindfulness. And again, mindfulness in this context means just reminding ourselves, remembering what we are supposed to be doing. We could maybe compare this to when we're driving. If you ever drive a car or ride a bicycle, we have to be very mindful. We really have to pay attention to what we're doing. If you let your mind wander, you could be in big trouble. So we have to really pay attention to various things, like the road, the path that we're driving on, and other drivers or cyclists around us, and how fast we're going, and various conditions like that. So it's similar. When we meditate, we just have to be very aware of what's going on moment by moment, and really Is my mind on the object or not? Is my mind doing what it's supposed to be doing or not? So, and actually, it's a little unclear to me anyway, the difference between mindfulness and vigilance. Because vigilance, they say, is like this spy or this closed circuit TV camera, this kind of watching the mind and noticing what's happening, if there's some trouble going on in the mind. And in fact, I think in the Theravada tradition, they combine those two and they just call it mindfulness. And they say that mindfulness itself is that which pays attention to what is happening. But in this tradition, they separate them into two different mental factors, but they work together. So I see them as both quite close. But anyway, the point is we do need to be aware of what our mind is doing, how our meditation is going, what's actually happening there. And are we on the meditation object or not? And we also have to look out for other faults. And so the next in the list of the faults, number 3 says laxity and excitement. And those are said to be the main faults, the main obstacles to attaining calm abiding. So laxity is this dullness. It's not like sleepiness. I mean, of course, sleepiness is a problem, but laxity is more subtle than sleepiness. It's more like a lack of sharpness and clarity and vividness in our meditative state. So the mind is just not in a really sharp and clear and vivid state in looking at the object and relating to the object. So it's something we have to watch our mind and be on the lookout for. And I think it's actually it's a subtle fault that we might not even notice until we have been meditating a long time. Something we may not notice in the beginning. But excitement is much easier to notice. That's when the mind gets distracted from the object to some object of desire. So it could be, something from the past, some memory of some nice experience we had in the past, or we might fantasize about some nice experience in the future, or it could be something in the present. We hear music, for example. Somebody's playing music, the kind of music that we like, and our mind, goes there and wants to pay attention to the music. Or a nice smell, somebody's baking bread or cake or some delicious food. So our mind gets distracted by that. So any kind of object that's attractive, interesting, appealing, when the mind, goes away from the meditative object to that's excitement. And I mentioned yesterday there's 2 levels of that. One is coarse, when the mind just totally goes away from the object to this distraction. And then subtle is your mind is still partly on the object, but partly, involved in something else. So those are the 2 main things we need to look out for. And it's said that the remedy to that, the antidote to that, is actually vigilance. So vigilance is like this monitor, this TV camera that's watching the mind and looking out for those problems. There could be other problems as well. Other delusions could arise. For example, anger. That's something that happens to me a lot. If somebody's making noise, and I can get very annoyed, very angry about that, and even start thinking, oh, you should go and tell them to stop making that noise. So that's so any of the delusions could come up. We could also start feeling proud of ourselves. Wow, what a great meditator I am, and I want to tell everybody what I'm doing and what I'm experiencing, and get lost in fantasies. So all kinds of stuff could come up in our mind. So vigilance would be ideally, if it's working, if it's operating, it's watching the mind and noticing, oh, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. This is a distraction, an obstacle. And then the next fault is non application, which I just briefly mentioned yesterday. That means if there is a fault, if there's laxity or excitement or ill, anger or whatever, some kind of fault going on in our meditation, and we don't do anything about it, we just let it happen. That's the meaning of non-application. And so what we should do, the antidote to that, is application. So application means applying antidotes to the faults that are arising. So we need to know what are the antidotes, and we don't have much time left. But for excitement, there are different antidotes. One is focusing on the breath. Like if you're using some other object as your meditation, your mind just gets completely wild and out of control. It said that you can just focus on the breath for a while to calm down your mind, settle your mind down, and then you can go back to your meditation. But if we're already using the breath, I think you could still do that, just try to really focus on the breath, really focus on your object in a very strong way. And if that doesn't work, then you could use other antidotes which are more analytical. For example, impermanence, thinking about the impermanent nature of everything. So this object that you're so excited about is not permanent. It's subject to change. It's changing all the time, and it's going to go out of existence one day. So you could contemplate impermanence, and that could make you more sober, like more calm down. You could also think about faults of the object, that it's not 100% great, as it may seem. It's got some problems with it. So if it's an attractive person, for example, you can think, well, yeah, but maybe they're good in some ways, but not so good in other ways. And there may be hidden faults that I don't see, and so on and so forth. So you just try to see that the object isn't as wonderful and fantastic as it may appear. So those are just some ideas about how to kind of calm your mind down from excitement. And for laxity, they say we should actually use the opposite kind of attitudes or antidotes, because laxity is kind of a sinking of the mind. So we need to uplift the mind. So they say you can think about something that will uplift you. For example, precious human rebirth. Just remind yourself how fortunate I am to have the life that I have, and I really want to use it well, and so on. Or think about the Buddha and his wonderful qualities, and that will, hopefully uplift you, inspire you. So do something to uplift and inspire the mind. Yeah, if this fault is really out of control and you can't deal with it, then you can just spend a bit of time contemplating something that will counteract it. That's the advice. And I would think if it's anger or attachment, anger or ill will or hatred, that kind of attitude, then the antidote would be loving kindness or patience. Okay, so whatever the fault is, whatever the disturbing state of mind is, you find some antidote that's appropriate, that's really going to counteract that. So you try to deal with the fault within your meditation session, and if that doesn't work, then you can just take a break. Take a break, go and do something else, and then come back and try again. Okay, so we've come to the end of this session, and we have a short break now. We'll do the next session at 2:45. So, again, we'll start with calm abiding meditation. And at this time of day, after eating lunch and weather's usually a bit warmer, these are conditions that can lead to sleepiness and this other fault, laxity or mental dullness. So, some things to do if you find yourself feeling sleepy. Make sure you're sitting up straight, slouching your body, your back, and bring your mind down, making more dull and sleepy. So sit up straight. And also, closing the eyes completely can lead to sleepiness. So if you're feeling sleepy, it's better to open them a little bit. You can even open them quite wide and just be looking down at some point on the space in front of you, whatever's in front of you. Another thing that helps is thinking of light. So you could imagine or visualize or just think of light, bright light. Imagine yourself being filled with light. Or you could imagine breathing in light. When you're breathing in, imagine light. If you can remember the visualization of the Buddha we did earlier, you can still feel the Buddha there in front. You can imagine breathing in light from the Buddha, and then light coming in and filling you completely. In the dark, when you breathe out, imagine the heavy, dark, dull energy, the sleepy energy going out of you. So these are some things you could try to counteract sleepiness and dullness. And my experience is that it passes. It's temporary. So it might be there for a while, and you might be struggling to stay awake. But after a while, it just goes. It's just a temporary phase that your mind goes through. So if you can just resist it, then it should pass away. And try to be on the lookout for other faults that might occur, such as excitement, mind running away to objects that you're attracted to, attractive, interesting, desirable objects. And if that happens, just realize that that is a fault and let go of that object, come back to the breath. If there's anger or irritation, or impatience coming up, that's also a fault. So try to just let go of that. Don't feed it. And if it doesn't go away, you could use some antidote, like trying to generate love, compassion, kindness, patience. So just be on the lookout for faults, and if there are any faults, try not to just let them be in your mind, and instead deal with them in some way. But just letting go of whatever it is and coming back to the breath, that itself can help. That itself can deal with a lot of faults. Okay, so start by remembering the motivation, renewing the motivation. And then when you're ready, go into the meditation, focusing on your object and coming back to the object when the mind wanders away. During the break, I thought of something else regarding Sina's question. Just with that example I mentioned of this feeling I sometimes had long ago of, I shouldn't eat if other people are hungry. Just applying sort of practical, realistic thinking to that. And, if my not eating food, is that going to take care of all the hunger in the world? So, yeah. So maybe something similar. Like if you were to give up your precious human rebirth, the good conditions that you have, would that help those who don't have such a life? And there's this quotation from Shantideva about problems that goes something like, what's the use of being worried or unhappy or upset about something that can be remedied? And what's the use of being upset about something that can't be remedied? So the idea is, look at the situation and ask yourself, is there something that I can do? Is there something that can be done to deal with this, to solve this, to change, like a person who's got handicaps or doesn't have a precious human rebirth or whatever. So realistically, is there something that I can do to change that situation? And if there is something, of course you do it. But in some cases, there's nothing that can be done, at least now. So it doesn't make sense to be unhappy about it or worried or upset. That doesn't help. Those kind of attitudes don't help. They just make things worse. They just make you unhappy on top of the problem. So I find that approach helpful, to just be practical. What can I do? If is there anything I can do? If there is something, do it. And if there's nothing, just accept it. But we can always do things on the level of dharma, like develop compassion and love and prayer, send positive energy and so on. So there's always something you can do on some level, even if you can't do something physically or practically. But to just be unhappy, upset, worried, sad, I mean, it's natural those feelings come up, but is it helpful to get stuck in those feelings, or I don't know. For me, that's really helpful. That approach is helpful. Is just trying to be practical. Anyway, I wanted to say that before I forgot it. Okay, so now in this meditation, we'll look at karma, general characteristics of karma. How does karma work? So, karma is actually the most important um, topic in terms of how to avoid uh, being in an unfortunate situation in the future. If we don't want to be born as an animal, or we don't want to be born in any kind of unfortunate situation, and instead we want to be in a good situation, a conducive situation where we can continue our dharma practice, do things for others, and so forth. So the key is karma. Depends on what kind of karma we create. So therefore we need to understand karma, how karma works. So this session will meditate on the general characteristics, general principles of karma, how karma works. And the next session will look more at the specific aspects of karma, what kind of karma is good and not good. So again, sit in a good position for meditation. So the term karma actually means action. So it means that when we do an action, consciously, deliberately, an imprint or seed is left in our mind. And if no measures are taken to eliminate that seed or imprint from our mind, then it stays in our mind, and it stays even when our mind leaves this body and goes to the next life, and so on, life after life after life, until at some point, because of the coming together of causes, conditions, then that karmic seed or imprint will ripen, manifest, and produce results that we will experience. So that's the general idea of karma. And in a very broad way, karma can be divided into good and bad karma, virtuous, non virtuous karma. So the first of the general characteristics of karma is that it is definite, which means there's a definite connection or correlation between the kind of action that we do and the kind of result that we will experience in the future, in the sense that if we do a good action, something good, positive, beneficial, such as helping someone who's in need, that's a good action, then the result we will experience in the future will be a good one. Um, Pleasant experiences, good rebirth, and nice experiences, and so on. On the other hand, if we do something negative, like harming someone, causing suffering to someone, then that's a bad karma, and the result to be experienced in the future will be something bad. We ourselves will meet with harm, misfortune, an unfortunate rebirth, and so on and so forth. So, good actions lead to good results, bad actions lead to bad results. Similar to what happens in nature, if you have certain types of seeds, then they are definite to bring certain kinds of results. If you have tomato seeds, then you put them in the ground, water them, they will bring tomato plants, not corn. And on the other hand, corn seeds will bring corn and not tomatoes. So just contemplate that and see if you're able to accept that the kind of actions we do will bring definite kinds of results, good or bad, depending on whether the action is good or bad. So this may seem like a very simple idea, and yet it may not always be the way we think, because what it means is we are responsible for our own experiences. It's not a creator like God. It's not our parents. It's not other people, the government, and so on. But it's our own actions that are the cause for the experiences we have. So that puts the responsibility right in our own laps, in our own hands, in our own mind. So we are the creators of our own experience. And then the second principle or characteristic is the increase of karma, which means that a single action that we do doesn't necessarily bring only one result, but it could bring many results. And these results could occur at different periods of time over a stretch of time. And this is again similar to what we see in nature with, say, a tomato seed. So we put a one single tomato seed in the ground, then take care of it properly, it will produce a tomato plant, and then the plant will produce many, many tomatoes. And this could go on for many years. So many results can come from just one cause. And the same happens karmically. So we do one action, good or bad, and that can lead to many results. Some might arise in this life, some in the next life, some in other lives in the future. So if that makes sense and we can accept it, then the implication is we should really be careful to avoid creating negative actions because they won't bring only one bad result, but many bad results for a long period of time. And on the other hand, we can put our effort into creating good karma because even one good action can bring many good results to occur over many lifetimes. And the third characteristic is that one does not experience the results if one hasn't done the action. So that can apply to our present experiences. For example, when we meet with some misfortune, some bad thing happens to us, and we might feel, why me? This isn't fair. Why me and not somebody else? So the law of karma is such that we wouldn't have that bad experience if we hadn't done something in the past that is the cause for it. And this also applies to the future. If we want certain results in the future, certain experiences, we have to create the causes for it. If we don't create the right causes, we won't get those results. So if your mind comes up with doubts or objections or resistance, questions to any of these points, that's fine. It's completely normal, and in fact probably shows you are taking it seriously and seriously investigating it. And ideally, if we do have doubts or questions, we should explore them further. So do more research, try to understand karma, ask teachers, spend more time thinking about it, and so on. So take the doubts and the questions seriously. The last of the four characteristics is that karma doesn't get lost. And this is a general um, characteristic. There are exceptions to it. So, in the case of negative karma, non virtuous actions, it is possible to purify those and not have to experience the results that would arise otherwise, or experience different results than what they might have originally brought. So we can purify and avoid experiencing the really bad results of negative actions. And then with good karma that we create, um, that can be counteracted, although we don't want to, but accidentally. If we get angry, so it said that anger, if it's very strong and if it's at some special kind of being like a bodhisattva, a guru, a Buddha, then that kind of anger could have the effect of destroying or annulling good karma that we've created, so that it may not bring its results, or the results will be delayed for a long time. But generally, once we create an action, a karma, its imprint, its seed stays in our mind, even when our mind goes to future lives, even many lives, thousands of lives, millions of lives. So the karma stays in our mind unless it is opposed by some other factors. So it's not the case that the karma we create in this lifetime disappears when we die and our mind goes to the next life. So our karma goes with us to the next life. So if you're able to accept these points, they make sense to you, you can accept them, believe them. See if you can come to the conclusion that in your life you try to avoid creating negative actions as much as you can and purifying whatever you do happen to create. And on the positive side, that you create as much good karma as you can. So see if you can make that kind of decision or determination to try to live your life according to this law of karma. So this time we have a longer break until 4 o'clock. So Joseph can do more time for Kumye, and everyone can have time for a break and a cup of tea as well. And then we'll have one last session from 4 to 5. So we have reached the last session of the day. So in this session, we'll again start with some calm abiding meditation and then meditate on karma, looking at specific types of karma, particularly non-virtuous karma, to bring to mind any of these that we may have committed. And then we'll do the practice of Vajrasattva to purify that karma. And then we'll conclude with dedication. We'll finish this little practice and dedicate the merit. So just take your own time to settle your body into a good position for meditation and be as relaxed as possible. Settle your mind. Remember or renew the positive motivation we started with today. And then when you're ready, go into the actual meditation of calm abiding. I thought of something else in response to Kennan's question about um, seeing people who are kind of misbehaving. I heard or read somewhere a story from the Zen tradition about a monastery, I guess in Japan. And there was a monk in this monastery who was kind of a nuisance. I guess he was misbehaving, not doing what he was supposed to do, and doing things he wasn't supposed to do. So he was causing the other monks to be, upset. And they sort of somehow ganged together and no. No, they either told him to leave or they kind of pressured him. So he decided to leave. And so this monk, this mischievous monk, was walking out the gate, and the abbot of the monastery was upstairs in his room, looking out the window, and he saw this monk going out the gate, and he said, he yelled out, "No, no, no! Don't come back! Come back! Come back!" So it turns out, I can't remember exactly how the story went, but either the abbot had sort of deliberately planted him in the monastery, or he just knew that this monk was a nuisance, but thought it was good for him to stay there because it gave the other monks a chance to see their mind and recognize, that they had delusions like anger and impatience and criticalness, so that they could work on that and um, learn to be more patient. And that's very much a Buddhist teaching, that difficult people are actually good for us because they help us to see our minds and delusions we have to work on and learn to be more patient and loving and compassionate. And they even say sometimes the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas deliberately manifest in that kind of form. So they say we should really be careful not to be critical of anybody because that person might be a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. so so that's a helpful, if we can remember to do that, that's a helpful method for dealing with difficult people. I have to remember that myself. I was thinking about that when these people were going down the stairs and making all this disturbing noise. I thought, well, maybe they're bodhisattvas manifesting too. Clunk, clunk, clunk. They knew we were meditating and they're giving us. So anyway, so that next we'll do some more meditation on karma, looking at specific kinds of non-virtuous actions that we may have done. And when we do notice negative karma in our minds, or when we notice delusions like impatience and criticalness and so on, so when we see these things in ourselves, is it right to then be disgusted with ourselves and think, oh, what a lousy person I am, and sort of get into beating ourselves up? Is that right? Is that helpful? Is that what we should do? No, good. So we might do that, but we should at least know that's not the right approach. That's not the right attitude to have. So we need to be compassionate towards ourselves just as we are with others. And so instead, we should just recognize that this is, for one thing, it's helpful to de-identify with our delusions and our mistaken actions. This is part of the problem. We tend to identify, I am that negative action, or I am that disturbing emotion. That isn't correct. That's actually mistaken. They are not who we are. They are not what we are. They are just things that happen because of causes and conditions. That particular state of mind comes up. or because of causes and conditions, we act out in a certain way. So it's not really who we are and how we are. It's not me. That's important to understand. Yeah, we're not always like that. It's just causes and conditions, boom, suddenly that pops up in our mind or that action comes out in our behavior. So it's just something temporary, transitory. So it's impermanent, it's not permanent, and it's not me. It's not self, I, me. So if we can understand that, that can help us to avoid guilt and self beating ourselves and self criticalness and so on. And instead, just look at that particular action or behavior or that particular attitude and see that as something unhealthy, unwholesome, something, we should try to not perpetuate and instead purify. And we can purify. So it's really important to be positive about it and think, okay, that is there, that happened, I did that, I felt that, but I can purify that, I can clear that away. So it's important to have a positive and optimistic, constructive view of it. Okay, so we'll first do some meditation to think about the things that we want to purify. Then we'll do the Vajrasattva practice with the four powers. So we could start by just in the last 2 days, doing all this meditation. So it often happens that when we're doing meditation, especially in a retreat, we're doing a lot of meditation, spending a lot of time meditating. So it's just natural that things will pop up in our mind, memories will come up of things that we have done in the past. Past can mean, today, this morning. It can also mean a year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, childhood. So anytime in our life, when we recall something that we have done, said, thought, felt, that we recognize as unwise, unskillful, non virtuous, harmful, an obstacle to spiritual growth, and so forth. So it's actually good. It's a good thing. Although we probably feel bad when we recognize that. We see that, oh, wow, that was awful. But it's also good to feel, wow, it's good that I can see that and do something about it and start to change it. So first, just try to recall if in the last 2 days any such things have surfaced in your mind. You've become aware of things you've done or said or thought that you recognize as unwholesome and that you want to purify. Then we can go through the list of the 10 non virtuous actions that the Buddha pointed out as being the most important non virtuous actions that we should try to avoid. And if we do happen to create them, we need to purify them, because otherwise, these are the actions that can lead to an unfortunate rebirth, depending on the intensity, the reason we do them, and so on and so forth. So, doing these actions, any of these actions, could be the cause of being born as an animal or a hungry ghost or in hell. So, we really need to purify them if we want to avoid such rebirths in the future. So, first are the three of body, killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. So, try to recall having done any of those. And even if you can't recall them in this lifetime, you might be able to accept that you may have done these actions in past lives and feel regret and the wish to purify them. Then, with regard to our speech, there are four kinds of non virtues: telling lies or false, deceitful speech, harsh, hurtful speech, divisive speech, causing disharmony or increasing disharmony that's already there, whether it's between just two people or two parties, two groups of people. And then idle talk or gossip. And then the last three are mental actions. First is covetousness, when we want something belonging to somebody else and start to think of ways we can get it by asking for it or bribing them or pressuring them or being deceitful, whatever. So just thinking that way, just indulging in that kind of mental activity. This is mostly due to attachment, desire, craving. And then there's malice or harmful intent. That's mostly due to anger or hatred. When we think of ways that we can hurt somebody, make somebody suffer, even if we don't act it out, just engaging in that kind of mental activity is something negative, non-virtuous. And last is wrong views, totally rejecting, closing our mind to something which is important for our spiritual practice, such as the existence of enlightenment, the enlightened state, the possibility of attaining enlightenment, or karma, cause and effect, or past and future lives. So, not just having doubt, but firmly, strongly rejecting these ideas and not even wanting to consider them as possibly true. But again, try to think if you've ever done any of those, and if you have, feel regret. Recognize that these kinds of activities are cause of suffering and obstacles to our spiritual practice to attain liberation and enlightenment. So, the first of the four powers of purification is feeling regret. So, we've already done that, generated a feeling of regret and a wish to purify the mistakes that we've made. And then the second is taking refuge. So, in the context of Vajrasattva practice, that involves visualizing Vajrasattva. And so I'll just describe there's different ways of visualizing Vajrasattva. So the simplest one is you can visualize Vajrasattva either above your head, if you wish, or if it's more comfortable, you can visualize him in front of you, like where we visualized the Buddha before. Vajrasattva, his body is made of white light, so totally pure, transparent, white light. And he's sitting with his legs in the full lotus posture on a lotus and moon. And the way he holds his hands, there's different ways, but one is his hands are sort of crossed in front of his heart, and he holds a Vajra and a bell. Um, if you don't know what those look like, don't worry. You can just pretend they're there. Vajra and a bell. And his face is very peaceful and smiling with an expression of compassion and love and completely dedicated to helping you and all other beings to purify your negative karma, be free of your negative karma so you don't have to suffer the results of those actions. And unlike the Buddha, he's not wearing the robes of a monk, but he's wearing very beautiful, sort of princely garments and ornaments like a crown and so on. So he has a sort of majestic, princely appearance. So just do the best you can to visualize and at least try to feel that Vajrasattva is there above your head or in front of you, whichever is more comfortable. If he's above your head, he's facing the same way as you, not facing backwards. So, and he's not sitting right on top of your head, but um, a few inches above. So, just in your mind, take refuge in Vajrasattva, thinking he is the embodiment of all objects of refuge, the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. He is a fully enlightened Buddha, and in his mind is the Dharma, all the realizations that constitute the Dharma. And he's also the Sangha in the sense of being a spiritual friend, someone helping us as we practice the path and follow the path. So, thinking of him as the embodiment of all objects of refuge, just mentally take refuge in him. And also remember the altruistic intention to try our best to avoid doing anything harmful to others and instead do what we can to help others. So just regenerate your commitment to living in a non harmful way. Then visualize that from Vajrasattva's heart, light and nectar flow down like a waterfall and enter you into the top of your head and fill your body completely down to the tiniest parts, particles, cells, molecules, atoms. Feel every part of your body gets filled, saturated with this pure, blissful white light and nectar. And it's just like when we take a shower and the outside of our body gets cleaned, whatever dirt there is gets washed away. So this is like an internal shower that all the dirt in our mind, the negative karma and delusions and so on, all the imprints of our past mistakes, these get purified. And if you want, you can imagine all this dirt, internal dirt, going out of you. You can imagine going out of all the openings of your body, your pores and orifices, just streaming out of you and going down into the earth, sinking down into the earth beneath us. And you can just imagine that it disappears there, vanishes. And then you're left being completely clean and clear and pure, your body like crystal, your mind calm and clear like a clear, cloudless, unpolluted sky. So continue doing that while we recite the mantra. We're kind of short on time, so maybe we just do the long mantra 7 times, and then we can do the short one. So in the book on page 210, there's the mantra. It's actually on the left side of the page. And then there's a translation on the right side. You can read that later if you're interested in knowing what the mantra means, because it's all in Sanskrit. Well, I was looking at it says Appendix 3, the meaning of the mantra. Yeah. I just thought it might be easier to read that because the other letters are a bit small. Okay, so we'll just read this long one 7 times. And then the short mantra is just Om Vajrasattva Hum. This long one is 100 syllables, so we'll try doing it 7 times. So continue visualizing the light flowing and purifying you, clearing out all the negative energy. Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Teno Patita Dido me bawa, sutukayo me bawa, supokayo me bawa, anurato me bawa, sarva siddhi me prayata, sarva kama sutsame, sitam shriram kuru hum, ha 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 ho, bhagavan. Sarva tata gata vajra mame munza vajra bawa mahasamaya sattva ahum pe. Om vajra sattva samaya manupalaya vajra sattva tenupatita dido me bawa suto kayo me bawa Supo kayo me bawa, anurato me bawa, sawa siddhi me prayata, sawa kama sutsame, sitam shriram kuru hum, ha 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 ho, bhagavan, sawa tata gata vajra mame munza vajra bawa mahasamaya sattva ahum pe. Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatita Tido me bawa Suto kayo me bawa Supo kayo me bawa Anuratu me bawa Sawa siddhi me prayata Sawa kama sutsame Sitam Shriram Kuruhum Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sawa Tata Gata Vajra Mame Munza Vajra Bhawa Mahasamaya Sat Ahum Pe Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatita Tido me bawa Suto kayo me bawa Supo kayo me bawa Anurato me bawa Sawa siddhi me prayata Sawa kama sutsame Sitam shriram kuruhum ha 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 ho bhagavan Sawa tata gata vajra mame munsa vajra bawa mahasamaya sattva ahum pe om vajra sattva samaya manupalaya vajra sattva teno patita tido me bawa suto kayo me bawa supo kayo me bawa Anurato me bawa sarva siddhi me prayata sawa kama sutsame sitam shriram kuruhum ha 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 ho bhagavan sarva tata gata vajra mame munsa vajra bawa mahasamaya sattva ahum pe om vajra sattva samaya Manupalaya Sattva Teno Patita Dido me bawa, sutokayo me bawa, supokayo me bawa, anurato me bawa, sawa siddhi man prayatsa, sawa kama sutsame, sitam shriram guru hum ha 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 ho bhagavan, sawa tata gata vajramame muns. Vajrabhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahumpe Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manopalaya Vajra Sattva Tino Patita Dido Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Supo Kayo Me Bhava Anurata Me Bhava Sawa Siddhi Mamprayatsa Sawa Kama Sutsame Citam Shriram Guruhum Ha 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 Bhagavan Sawa Tata Gata Vajramamema Vajrabhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahum Pe Om Vajra Sattva Hum 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 Om Vajra Sattva Hum. So again, feel that you have completely purified all that negative karma that you thought about before and felt regret for and wanted to purify. So feel it's all been completely purified. And then the fourth power, so that was the third power, power of remedy. And the fourth power is making a promise to refrain from doing the same negative actions again in the future. So if some of those things you feel confident you will never do again, you can promise that I will never do that again. Others, you may not be able to make such a promise, so you can just think or promise that you will try the best you can to refrain from doing them again, or try to at least cut down, reduce doing those actions again. So make some kind of resolution about your future behavior. And when we recognize, for example, the 10 non virtuous actions as being non virtuous, as being the cause of suffering for ourselves and others, and we make a strong determination to try to refrain from them, by that we automatically create virtue, we create good karma. Just by consciously refraining from killing and stealing and so forth, then that's one of the ways in which we create good karma, virtuous karma. So it's good to feel a sense of joy, of rejoicing that you have come to this point where you want to purify negative karma and avoid creating it again in the future and create virtuous karma instead. I feel this is a really good thing to do for yourself, for others, for the world. Then visualize Vajrasattva melting into light, pure, radiant light, and that absorbs into you. And imagine that your body, speech, and mind become one in nature with the body, speech, and mind of Vajrasattva, meaning that you have the same potential that Vajrasattva does. You can become just like Vajrasattva with a completely pure body, speech, and mind. And remember emptiness? This is actually the ultimate purifier, understanding emptiness. That's the thing that really purifies our negative karma. So, just briefly remember that there's no inherently, independently existing I who is the doer of negative actions. There's no inherently existing negative actions that are done, no inherently existing objects in relation to which we do negative actions like uh, killing and so forth. There's no inherently existing victim. But that doesn't mean they don't exist at all. These things do exist conventionally, but not ultimately in a real, solid, permanent, fixed, findable way. So the ultimate nature is they're empty of such a way of existing. So now we dedicate. Let's do the dedication prayers from the little booklet we had this morning. Dedicate all the merit, the positive energy from the practice that we just did, and all the other meditations we did today. Keeping silence, trying to practice mindfulness and non harmfulness and so forth. So feel good about all the merit, all the good karma, good energy we created today. And let's dedicate it for enlightenment, for the benefit of all sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And also dedicate to the long lives of our spiritual teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all other teachers who were living in accordance with the Buddha's teachings and teaching and helping others to follow this path. So may they live a long, long life, always in good health, and may all their wishes and prayers be fulfilled. And also to these people, um, some who passed away recently, Helga, who passed away last night, Helga Huber Peterson, and Stina Malmborg, Katja Karma, Christopher Melander, and Peter Mickerson, I don't know, anyway. So they all passed away recently. So may they all have good rebirths, be able to meet with teachers and teachings that help them become free of suffering and reach liberation and enlightenment. And also for Emily Meng, Louise Borg with her unborn baby, Ellen Mortensen, Dorte Grosser, son Lauritsen, Preben Lauritsen, Henrik, Sally, Carolyn, and Ganki, all carers and those being cared for. Eleanor, suffering from pain, Eleanor Harstein Franklin, Sophia Harstein Franklin, Dominique Harstein Franklin, Henning, Christian, and Aina. And all sentient beings. May they all be free of their suffering and causes of suffering. May they all achieve happiness and the causes of happiness. May they all quickly become free of the whole of cyclic existence, samsara, and become enlightened.